always the way when I get here. Every time I get here. It's our new intro.
Good tech.
Well, yeah.
I'm not quite ready yet. Hang on. Oh my goodness me. Every time we get here, it's always something. Well, very, very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And good afternoon and good day, good evening, wherever you're watching from in the world. How we doing? Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Mildenhall. How we doing? Hope we're good. And so it's going to be a bit of a more relaxed pace than yesterday. Yesterday was just well, we set the level, didn't we? We absolutely set the level yesterday at Coningsby. So we'll see what we've got for the day here at Mildenhall. That's right, United States Air Force in Europe base. So we'll see what things we're going to get here today. So not our usual intro. Actually, it is our usual intro here. There's always something taking off as soon as we get here. It's a bit of a risk because we're not quite set up, but hey. Hope we're all good. We do have a C17 now. We've got a KC-46. We've got a couple of C-130s. So we'll see what we're going to get today, if anything. You know what it can be like. It's always a mixed bag, but that's the beauty of Mildenhall. You just never know what you're going to get, which is why I like it, and a lot of you like it. It is a bit of a big go here. And they are using the ILS 06 at Lakenheath, which means, sorry, ILS 05 at Lakenheath, which means that they will be passing over when using the ILS. So this could be an interesting day today. So we could be on for a very relaxed, chilled out day. I'll just show you the wonderful, wonderful C-130s, and I believe one of them, yes it has. Look at that. That is a square A. Believe on that one. Just trying to work that out. Is that square? Should we have a quick look? Square. Just like Mildenhall, they have a letter inside a square, the square D, so that represents the 100th Bomb Group, and the 8th, so this is in relation to the 8th Air Force markings, and they had a triangle, a circle, and look at this little thing here now, look at Rodders there now. Is was not expecting that. A little playtime with the bird there. Right, where were we? Yeah, let me just give you a quick, before I tell you who it is, just to give you, so the 8th Air Force had a particular tail marking system, for those who don't know, and the reason why we have a square D here. Now the square D that's flown here is officially flown, all right, which means they've got the honor to still fly operationally. Now when you see them on other aircraft from their World War II heritage, they usually just ceremonial or symbolic to represent a particular squadron. What is going on here with those now? Oh dear, this is brilliant. So the mighty 8th, all right, they were the 8th, so you've got an Air Force, then you've got a division. Now, on their tail markings of the 8th Air Force, they had a triangle, a circle, and a square. The triangle will tell you that it was part of the 1st Air Division. The circle, usually on the B-24 Liberators, were on the circle were part of the 2nd Air Division, and the square will tell you that it's the 3rd Air Division. So our square D and our square A now will tell you that they were part of the 3rd Air Division. Okay, so let's have a look. So the square A, all right, would be the 94th Bomb Group. Okay, so this tells us that this particular squadron today are probably, most likely, still going, and their legacy still going. Now, today they're part of the 94th Airlift Wing. All right, so at some point in their history, the group got wing status, just like Lakenheath and just like RAF Mildenhall's 100th Air Refueling Wing, because at one point the 100th were actually the actual bloody 100th, the 100th Bomb Group. All right, so that's why. All right, so the lineage of the 94th Bomb Group, as they started out, heavy as well. Eventually, in their history, they got, at one point, the 94th Tactical Reconnaissance Group. They didn't get wing status. I'm just trying to have a look when they got wing status. Let's have a look. I actually don't know on that one. Don't know when they got wing status. Let's have a look. Let's try and have a look now. Usually after the Second World War. Yes, looks like in 92 they may have been given wing status. Looks like it. 92, the 94th Operations Group reactivated under the Air Force Objective Wing. So it looks like with C-130s as well. So there we go. That's their legacy. So they would have been flying the B-17s, flying Fortress at Bury St Edmunds. That's the square A on this. So the 94th Operations are still going today. How cool is that? I love stuff like that. So they're the 94th Operations Group, which is part of the 94th Airlift Wing. All right, so don't forget there are wings, and then there are groups. The operations side is the flying component as well, and then of course you've got the Air Force. Mildenhall's 100th is actually part of the 3rd Air Force, and also the 48th Fighter Wing at Lakenheath as well. So something interesting there. Obviously the square D were the 100th Bomb Group. Again, they too got wing status. Lakenheath's 48th got wing status in 52. Speaking of Lakenheath, they're only about 5.5 miles away. The backwards crow flies, so we'll most likely hear them and see them. We will be there this week, so don't panic. Aggressive turn, isn't it? Look at that. Amazing how sound just stops like that, right? Hope you all enjoyed yesterday's show. This is going to be somewhat the opposite end of the spectrum, but you never know. You just never know with Mildenhall. You just never know with their mixed range of aircraft and squadrons and wings. Got the 100th Air Refueling wing. Flying component is the 351st Air Refueling Squadron flying the KC-135s. Also got the 352nd Special Operations Wing and their 752nd Special Operations Group. Have a couple of squadrons there flying the CV-22 Osprey, the C-146 Bullpound and the MC-130J Commando 2. We've also got the 55th Wing's 95th Reconnaissance Squadron here as well, with the various varieties and variants of the RC-135s. Also a combat support wing is here as well, non-flying I believe, that are here, the 501st Combat Support Wing. So we could be waiting for quite a while, but that's the way it is, that's the risk that we take here for Mildenhall. Bit of a relaxed pace. So welcome to a United States Air Force in Europe base. This is USAF, and of course, for those that have noticed, of course, the RAF title. This was in fact a Royal Air Force station, built in, built on the 16th of October 1934, way before, 6 years before Lakenheath. There's our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. We do like it here, Ted. It's nice and chilled out, and like I said, it's a base where expect the unexpected. It's not always busy, but it's not always not busy, if that makes sense. You can be spoiled here, and to see big iron heavies is quite remarkable. I'll tell you what, they do have some lovely cars here. Welcome to the show. Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you live military aviation around the country. We are at the we are in the Nook campsite. It's at £2 per person in the campsite. This is John's Field, and you can get access when the gates are open. It's around half eight, but this changes throughout the year, so do take note of the closing times. I have just noticed it's 2100 the gates closed today, and it's £2 per person. There are toilets. But we always say please take your please take your rubbish home with you. Again, same rules apply. No drones, don't climb the fence, don't damage the fence, don't rest your ladders on the fence, etc. Please take your litter home with you and look after the place, really. See a little bit of litter which I'll pick up. £2 all day per person is a bargain, so thank you, and it's a great privilege to have that, you know. So Lakenheath will keep us entertained. So yeah, the base was built in 34. You've also got well, it'll be about 10 miles the way the backwards crow flies. Just after Lakenheath is RAF Feltwell, built in 36. Operated in 37, and then Lakenheath was actually built in 1940. There's quite a few in the circuit here. Also got Hoddington as well. sounds from the F-35s there. So operated as a operated as a Royal Air Force station all the way up to 1950, where it operated in joint operations right up to 1959, when finally the United States Air Force were the sole operators and have been since 1959. Will we get lucky with the Ospreys today? It is possible. Or will we get lucky with these two? Or will we even get even more lucky with these as well? We're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Thanks for joining us on day 2 of our adventure. Oh, hello. Day 2 of our adventures and shows for the week. This looks good. This looks promising. So that middle one, if you look, doesn't have the covers on. So this could be something good for us today. We don't know. Could be a ground run. Could be flexing. I just don't know. So let's see if we're going to get a CV-22 Osprey today. You never know. So the fire extinguisher up, ground crew there. It does look okay. Wouldn't get too excited yet until we start to get flashy. AWCU will just appear on the screen just now, keeping the airfield nice and secure from wildlife as best as they can. It's something you're never going to get rid of, because nature will always win, if you know what I mean. Will always be here. It's their natural habitat. It does go hand in hand. I mean, dates back to where the positioning of the military airfield. You don't see many in local sort of like built up urban cities like RAF bases, do you? It's all in all quite sort of tucked away, and that's all historical and strategic as well, of course. Everyone at RAF Mildenhall, Team Mildenhall, hope we're all good and well. And of course our viewers, how you all doing? Don't forget to hit the like button and of course subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. A little bit different on the intro there while I was setting up. This KC-135 departed using runway 28, which it is a little bit borderline today, the wind, it's right in the middle. 1 minute it's favouring 10 and the next minute it's favouring 28, so it could be a little bit here and there today. So, very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day to Alan Gates, Davey, Edward Coates, Sally J Approach, Margot, Alan Gates, Malcolm, Chris White, how you doing? Mayhem Marshy, Davey, Margot, Andrew C, Andy Haynes, Paul Mayers, Edward Coates, Simon Watchorn. How's it all going? Hope we're all good. Argan, Matt Crossan, good morning to you. Welcome to our show. Joshua Brown, good to see you again. So, what are we going to get today? Let's see, let's see. Mildenhall was one of the largest bomber stations in the country. Not the most, but one of. Various squadrons and as I get to meet some of you, a lot of you have been telling me of some of the squadrons that are related to you with regards to your family members, such as grandparents and fathers that have been serving here and Lakenheath, all with squadrons that were related to both in this region as well, which is extraordinary. It's always nice for me to talk about it as well, and thank you very much to those who send me the flight logs of their ancestors as well that were flying. It's very, very, very something else. And Mildenhall, luckily, was part of the, its layout was part of a pre-war expansion scheme, as we mentioned yesterday, where the Air Ministry decided to, during the pre-war, the threat for another world war was real, so they chose Mildenhall as part of their expansion scheme. Base opened 16th of October 1934. Elevation 15 feet. It did have 3 concrete runways in World War II. Hangars were the Type C. Squadrons that were here during World War II were 149 Squadron. At first they had the Hayford bombers, which we speak about. Of course, the earlier squadrons that were here were flying the Hayfords. That was officially the first huge biplane. I'll have to get you another, I'll get you a fact sheet like I've done with the Manchester so I can show you, but it's a huge biplane. A little bit of homework for you. Have a look at it. It's the Handley Page Hayford bomber. It's basically a gigantic biplane that was used as a bomber. And of course 149 Squadron were starting off with the Hayford and moved on to the Wellingtons, Mark 1 and 2, and the Sterling until they eventually moved to RAF Lakenheath across the road. 419 Squadron were also here flying the Wellington bombers. 115 were also here. Ted's flown with 115. The squadron are still flying today at RAF Wittering, training the future generation of pilots on the Grob Tutor. 15 Squadron as well, they were here with the Sterlings and the Lancaster Mark 1 and 3 for those interested. And 622 Squadron were also here during World War II with the short Sterling bomber Mark 3 and Lancasters Mark 1 and 3 as well. The base, like lots of bases that we feature, have such rich history as well, and this one does a variety of aircraft. And if you'd like to sort of travel back in time yourselves, do visit do visit the Mildenhall Museum, opened at certain times. Do check that out. We'll just get you the let me get you the latest details from Mildenhall Museum. Let me get you the details. Let's have a look. Right, so it okay, it opens from Tuesday to Saturday. How's that? Does that help you? Friday's your best bet. Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays it opens from 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. But Fridays they're open a bit longer, from 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and they open on Saturday again 2 till 4:30 p.m. They're closed Sunday and Mondays, so check it out. It's somewhere where you can check out the Lakenheath Warrior that I speak about at Lakenheath, so you can actually have a look at the real Lakenheath Warrior along with his horse. Like I always mention, all the sword, the shield, everything, how he was found at Lakenheath, with a total of another 420 or so other graves that were found there. So we got a little bit of ground movement. Don't know if it's going out yet or anything like that, but we've certainly got something to have a look at and enjoy. In the meantime, I'll just show you what else we've got. Anything on, apart from the CV-22 Ospreys, anything on this side is not related directly as an operating aircraft to RAF Mildenhall. So these are visiting aircraft. So these are C-130. We've also got a KC-46 Pegasus and a C17 over there. That is the hairs here are huge, aren't they? They're massive. Look at it running across the runway. Its giant back legs, giving it the characteristics of a hare by the look of it from that angle. Animals seem quite happy here and playful, don't they?
Malcolm James reminiscing there. Morning Nikos and members. Another lovely day at the hall. Always memories of my late father and the Mildenhall airfakes. There's lots of you on here that have a connection with Mildenhall. Our very own Spanner Flight Perry, again from a situation that wasn't so good. He knows what I'm talking about, from Honington. Well, it wasn't that bad. It was just a little bit due to things going on operationally. Perry, as a youngster, went to take some photos of tornadoes like any other spotter would, but they weren't too keen on people being there, so they diverted to Mildenhall, and that's when Perry seen his first SR-71 Blackbird. Amazing. We've also got our very own Aspen, who has who's ex-US Air Force and worked on the SR-71 Blackbird, so that's a connection from Beale Air Force Base. I believe he was here as well. Thanks, Perry. So let's have a little transition, shall we? So if we look at, let's see if I can do it. There's the 94th bomb group markings, and this is if you can see it. I don't think you can see that very well, but there it is. Cool, isn't it? What it would have looked like. Thanks, Perry, for sending that in. The 100th Air Refeuling Wing have the honour of flying that Square D. Now, as far as I know, that's the only one, the only Second World War II tail marking that's officially used and flown operationally. But the other legacies and lineage, that marking will still stay with them as a legacy. So the Whiskey Sierra markings on 9 Squadron, that will always stay with them, even though they don't use it, but it will always stay with them as a legacy. You'll see that featured on their Typhoons at Lossiemouth. You may see in red the Whiskey Sierra on the tail with a dash, and then the flight call sign as well on there. So it will always stay with them, but it's not official. But Mildenhall's Square D, as far as I know, it's the only one actually used operationally. Good question from someone, why isn't the Square D on the, let's say the CV-22 Osprey or the MC-130Js that are based here? It's because they weren't part of the 100th Bomb Group. They have their own. Of course, this is the, of course, this is part of the 352nd Operations Wing, so it's completely different. And that's why it will only be for the legacy and lineage of those that were the bloody 100th. The nickname, of course, dates back to their time Station 139, aka RAF Thorpe Abbots, with their B-17s, the 100th Bomb Group. Got the nickname not because they had the most losses, because they had the most losses in any one mission. Well, hopefully we're going to get something today. I was umming and ahhing about whether to start it for that departure, but I thought, why not make a different, it'll make a different intro, wouldn't it? Welcome everyone that's just joined us. Babsar, Sharon Chapman, Davey, Aspen, Clive, Bruce, all the way to you in Rocket. Mark Garwood, how's it all going? Hope you're all good. Mayhem Marshy, Andrew C, Davey, Margot, thanks for joining us. Let's hope we get this. A bit of ground, a few ground crew there. Fire extinguisher up, this could be good. Let's hope we'll get something. One of the things that strikes me about Mildenhall and Lakenheath is the vastness, how large the area spans, and that's all done for good reason. And it's just fascinating to imagine that there were 3 Class A configured concrete runways. The plans really, even the planning for it dates back to the sort of mid-20s. During that time, the British military developed the idea to site a Royal Air Force bomber base at Mildenhall. Don't forget, Bomber Command wasn't founded until 1936, so the idea of having a bomber base was potentially in the back of the minds, but this was built before Bomber Command itself, and the government eventually did purchase the land towards the end of the 1920s. In 1929 they began the construction in October 1930. Originally it was going to be called RAF Beck Row, but for whichever reason, usually it's down to the fact either security reasons or there is another base similar to that. If anyone knows RAF Beck Row, if it sounds like something else nearby, let us know. RAF Heathrow? Who knows, but there was a confusion with that. Maybe it's not, you know, this is quite common for them to do that. Anyway, they did change the name to RAF Mildenhall eventually, and it opened on the 16th of October 1934. Now, King George V officially dedicated the base in October the 19th, 1934, and Queen Mary, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of York accompanied the King during the dedication. Now, the first sort of activity that was based here, the first flying sortie, was non-military. There was the Royal Aero Club's amazing air race, which I always say that I wish they do this today. It's basically an air race, and it was from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia. So an England to Australia race, and that took part on the 20th of October 1934, just 4 days after the base opened. So this is a fascinating Mac Robertson Trophy air race, and the race devised by Lord Mayor of Melbourne, Sir Harold Gengold Smith, and the prize money of £10,000 on 1934's money. There were a few stops and routes. And the winners, CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black, in their de Havilland 88 Comet, named at Grosvenor House. And they completed it in just over 71 hours, which is remarkable. 70,000 people witnessed the race. Sorry, 70 hours 54 minutes, just under 71 hours, which is remarkable. 11,300 miles to Melbourne. And wow. Mildenhall didn't receive its first operational unit until the 15th of November 1934, and it was number 99 Squadron, which were a bomber squadron, who are still flying today. They fly the C17s at Brize Norton. And they were flying then the huge Hayford bomber. Let's just get a little bit of Lake and Eve action before we let's have a look at this nice little 2-ship downhill. Lake and Eve action while we're here. Nice, nice, look at this. That's cool, isn't it? We'll probably come back round again. So yeah, Hayford bombers. If you haven't had a look what it looked like, what they look like, have a look, because it's quite remarkable. wingspan at 75 feet. Now for a biplane, that's huge. You know, we're talking 100 feet for the heavy bombers. Gives you an idea. The length 58 feet as well, so that's it's quite substantial.
Let's see if we're going to get lucky with the CV22 Osprey, flown by the 7 Special Operations Squadron. So we, I don't have a Hayford bomber to show you, but the second aircraft to operate here and for 99 Squadron to be re-equipped with was the Vickers Wellington bomber, which I do have, and here it is, the wonderful, reliable Vickers Wellington bomber. So, apart from the Handley Page Hayford bomber, this was the second bomber in the monoplane, completely different design, and this was, you know, a very reliable bomber that served throughout the Second World War. They built, I think it was the most built bomber of the Royal Air Force during the Second World War, producing 11,400 of these in 16 different variants, and a world record 7
getting assembly to a point where the Broughton factory, who are still producing parts for Airbus today, actually built and beat the record, which was at that time 48 hours to assemble a bomber. They assembled one of these in just 23 hours 50 minutes. How amazing is that? And they flew it the next day, so under 24 hours to build one of these, and they flew it the very next day. How amazing. In fact, the production of Wellington bombers, they actually were building these at a rate of 28 per week, and that's all thanks to the wonderful construction of the airframe. You can see like a little example of this, but all you need to do, you see the fence there. Barnes Wallis actually designed a geodetic airframe to cover this and the wings, and it was done that way for one, to put it together and assemble quickly, but also to be quickly repaired in battle damage. It was a wonderful design by Barnes Wallis, exactly like the fence here, all like that. You can have a look at examples of the airframe at the Cosford Museum, and also you can see parts, sections of it for demo purposes at the Marham Aviation Heritage Centre as well. So quite remarkable aircraft really, and served well. It had a very good reputation, and this was the second aircraft to operate here. Look at it, beautiful, nice Bristol Hercules engines there. Had a very good reputation, very good. For a twin-engine bomber at the time, had a bit more of a payload than the Hampden. Payload was at 4.5, so just over by about 500 pounds, so 4,500 pounds of bombs. You know, it was pretty, I guess it was pretty good in a way that, you know, it had 235 miles per hour. Some marks had the Bristol Pegasus, the later Mark 3 and 10, they had Bristol Hercules engines. But on the earlier marks, they were packed with the Bristol Pegasus at about 1,050 horsepower, crew of 5 or 6, and it was quite a reliable aircraft. While we wait, we'll just give it a little bit more Lake and Eve action while we can. Joining 99 Squadron, because of course they weren't alone, was B Flight, or at least 38 Bomber Squadron formed from the core of B Flight, which they moved to RAF Marham eventually, and then from there they split and formed 115 Squadron from there. It's amazing. When I was discovering a little bit more and looking into more of the squadron histories, actually just before I go into detail, there is a fantastic PFO going on. If I can catch it. Closer now. Angle that was beautiful. Sharp. Love it. Lots going on. Lots of PFOs been trained on. Practice or precautionary flame outs.
Mildenhall, ma'am. Good morning. 47 November. Start NR.
Looks like we got reach call sign, which I'm hoping that's the C-17. We are going to get something taking off very shortly, I hope. Here we go. So the requested engine start, it's a reach 61, whichever that is. It could be that C-17, which is great. To be honest, I'll take any heavy, any heavy. So we've got an engine start on reach. It's the C-17. We'll know shortly. It's all good. It's all good. You've just got to wait patiently. That's the way it is. I'm just going to grab a quick cup of tea, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Be right back. Oh, hang on. It's... No, it's not. It's these... hang on. Wait a minute. Oh, look at this. It's this one. Yeah, I'll take that. Or both, I don't mind. Send them. Yes. Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that. See, I was going to make a cup of tea, and here we go.
Morning, Ted.
Hey, morning, how you doing?
You okay, I do a bit of a quick flicker with my YouTube video.
Yeah, do what you want.
Hey, I follow you all the time, to be honest. Hey guys, here's Ted Coningsby. How are you doing, bud?
How you doing, alright, yeah?
Not too bad. Is anything happening today? Anything interesting?
Oh, we got this C-130 going out very shortly, and Ted's just going to check it out. And what's interesting is it's got a the 94th Bomb Group, which was based at back then RAF Bury St Edmunds at Rougham,
right.
And it's featuring the original Second World War tail marking, which is the square A,
Right.
which, because it's square, and just like here at Mildenhall we've got the square D, this tells you that it was part of the 3rd Air Force, 8th Air Force, 3rd Air Division. Have a good one, enjoy.
Thank you. I'm actually in a motorhome over here. I was here last night, and I'm certain that 22 went over here last night. Low level. About 7 o'clock.
Okay.
I've not seen one of those before. So guys, let's tell you. Basically following YouTube. It's actually brilliant. He's in the know of them. Nice chatting to you.
You too, man, have a good one.
You too.
Bless your heart, take care. See ya! Ted, calm down, mate, calm down. Ted's excited, so am I. Here we go. Oh, it's reversing. Look at this. Look at this. Now the square A, like I said, it's a marking of the original 8th Air Force during World War II. The three shapes denominating the division of the Air Force being square. This means it was part of the 3rd Air Division. The A represents the 94th Bomb Group, which were based at RAF Bury St Edmunds. Today they're still going, they're still flying as the 94th Operations Group. Part of the wing is the 94th Airlift Wing itself. The group is stationed at Dobbins Air Reserve Base, Georgia. And of course, with that square A flying the B-17 Flying Fortress, the group flew 324 combat missions and awarded 2 distinguished unit citations. 17th of August 1943 for operations over Regensburg, and 11th of January 1944 over Brunswick. Did operate at RAF Bassingbourne as well, Station 121. Also RAF Earls Colne, Station 358. And eventually RAF Bury St Edmunds, Station 468. That was on the 9th of June 1943 to the 12th of December 1945. Aircraft flown under the wing: B-17 Flying Fortresses, B-29s, B-26 Invader, the C-46 Commando, the TF F-51 Mustang,
the C-54 Skymaster, F-80, the F-84, the C-47 Skytrain, the C-119 flying boxcar, and from 1992 flying various variants of the C-130. Their emblem with the motto, results count, and that was of the 94th Bomb Group. There is a memorial of the 94th Bomb Group, which is positioned proudly at the Abbey Gardens at Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk, in Appleby Rose Gardens. Do check it out. Like many bomb groups, they did take part in Big Week, Operation Argument, sorry. Gotta get my operations confused. That's what happens when you don't have one particular niche, shall we say. I'm just doing all of the history, and sometimes they get a little bit cross-referenced between each other, so I do apologise. But Big Week, Operation Argument, as it was called. But it was a joint Royal Air Force and United States Army Air Force round-the-clock bombardment from the 20th to the 25th of February 1944. It was in support to really hammer the targets before D-Day. For those that don't know, D-Day, 6th of June 1944. So this was done, in, some say, in preparation for it to really hammer and assist in the advancements during the Normandy campaign, which makes perfect sense. If you just joined us, we got a C-130 bearing the markings of the 94th Bomb Group, who activated June the 15th, 1942 at MacDill, Florida. Here we go. Look at this. We mentioned yesterday about flags. Look at this. Starboard side, the flags are always back to front because that's the way flags fly from the other side. Square D and the square A. Beautiful. 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 Now I can hear possibly the Jenny running on the I don't know, or the APU. That's a big head. Look at this. The size of it. It's like a tiger. Well, jet fuel is obviously good if you you know, need to pump. No, just kidding. clearly, wildlife here are quite happy. Oh, it's beautiful. Well, our first proper movement of the day. I won't count the first one that we had first thing in the morning. That was just a little bit of a fun intro, that. There we go. So this looks good. I think we've got flashy as well. Thanks, Perry, for the info. Oh, that was really good to see. The C-130. Look at this. Oh. This could be just a flex-in run, but we'll see. Our first proper movement. Bit of flashy here. Haven't heard any of the details. They do quite a few ground runs here, but we'll see. We'll see. See ya. So 352nd Special Operations Wing. These are the bad boys and girls here. The unit's heritage again dates back to, well, quite late of the Second World War, but it dates back to 1944 as an air commando unit. They are pretty special. They are hardcore. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the 352nd Special Operations Wing. And you've also got the 352nd Special Operations Group. The wing itself has the 700, or did have the, or were part of the 702nd Strategic Missile Wing. Also the 39th Special Operations Wing. These are some of the heritage and lineage that they had, but the group's origin dates back to 44 as the 2nd Air Commando Group. Commando's been their bloodline, shall we say, throughout their history. Literally, from being a commando group, their mission was to support via light airplanes and evacuation resupply requirements of British long-range penetration groups, or Chindits, as they were affectionately called, carrying the lethal firepower of both bombers and fighters combined with logistical tentacles of the gamut of transport, gliders, and light aircraft. Formed as the 2nd Air Commando Group at Lakeland Army Airfield in Florida, 22nd April 1944. The group trained in operations with the North American P-51 Mustangs, the North American O-47s, Douglas C-47 Skytrains, Stinson L-5 Sentinel aircraft, and part of the 3rd Air Force. In addition, operations at Lakeland also trained the Army Air Force School of Applied Tactics at Orlando Army Air Base, Florida. They've taken part in many special ops, such as dropping Gurkha paratroops during the assault on Rangoon, provided fighter support for allies, C-47s sent to Lido after May 1945. They've taken part in a lot during the Cold War as well. They were related to the 702nd Strategic Missile Wing. Then established as the 39th Special Operations Wing as well. The wing also had time at RAF Alconbury. They were operating from there from the 1st of January 92. And they had the name changed. They were there as the 39th, by the way, and then they were replaced by the 352nd Special Operations Group, and they were consolidating activities from the Rhine Main and RAF Woodbridge as well. Now the 352nd Special Operations Group trained for and performed special operations for US European Command as well. In February 95, the 352nd relocated from Alconbury to here at RAF Mildenhall. At the time, they were involved in many different aircraft, and they got wing status in March 2015 when they were going to be moved to Spangdahlem Air Base in Germany in 2017, but that changed because it didn't happen. And it was only last year, in just December 2024, that they received a new aircraft, the C-146A, which is part of their inventory. The 7th Special Operations Squadron fly the CV-22 Osprey. The 67th Special Operations Squadron, they fly the MC-130J Commando 2. I'm not sure which squadron fly the C-146 actually. It's a good point. Very good point. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? GM and Lupins, Walking Tours, St. Lee, Edward Coates, oi oi to all of you, hope we're all good. Thanks a lot, Perry. It is the 67th Special Operations Squadron. Thank you very much. So they fly 2 aircraft, although it needs to be a different type, I reckon, to fly one of these. The CV-22 Osprey tilt rotor. Hopefully we'll get to hear some rotor slappage. Not quite the blade slap, and it's amazing with its beautiful 2 Rolls-Royce T406 AD400 turboprop turbo shaft engines. They produce 6,150 horsepower. The beauty about being a tilt rotor, it is a vertical takeoff and also conventional takeoff. It can switch. Can vertically land and conventionally land as well. Can carry 24 troops seated or 32 troops floor loaded. 20,000 pounds of internal cargo. Can take a M1161 Growler light. Okay, so we will have a departure, but I didn't quite catch the call sign, unfortunately. It's got a width of 45 feet 10 inches. It's about 3 meters wider than the Typhoon. The rotor diameter up to 38 feet. Speed of 316 miles per hour, which is excellent. 879 nautical mile range, just over 1,000 regular miles, shall we say. Service ceiling at 25,000 feet. Oi, oi! Massive shout out to all our friends at RAF Mildenhall. Big shout out to the 100th LRS. Big shout out to QA, and a big shout out to the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron crew. What up? You know who you are. Running Man, what up, man? Guards March coming up for you, man. And armament, it does have a machine gun, an M2 Browning machine gun on the rear ramp. It also have a GAU-17 minigun, which can be belly mounted, and it can be part controlled on the RGS system, that's Remote Guardian system, which I've seen before on a few videos. Not sure actually what's taking off. I hope, do you know what, in some ways I hope this is, I heard another call sign, so that might mean we might get another, you know, 2 departures, if that makes sense. Look out, the only flashy we've got is here. Right, just about caught an engine start approved, so let me just... Okay, so it's not this. Oh, mind you, look at this. Yeah, heavy. So it's not the CV-22 Osprey.
Oh yeah. Right, okay, well hopefully we get a bit of a bargain here. A bit of this and a bit of that, eh? Come on. This is the beauty about Mildenhall. You just never know what's going to happen. It can be hours of waiting, but moments of fun. And that's the way it is. And for me, my highlight was a reversing C-130. So there's two things that have been cleared for engine start. So this is getting good. Right, that sounds like it's starting its engine. Good news is something's been given departure clearance and details, so something's taken off. I did hear heavy on one of the on just the ending of that from tower, so it could be something else going out as well, which would be great. The more the merrier, you know how it is. Could get another cup of tea going and get something else, right? Looks like the runway's changed currently to 28. It was 10 this morning, but
Well, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. If you just joined us, don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. We are live here at RAF Mildenhall, home of the 100th Air Refueling Wing, the 352nd Special Operations Wing, the 501st Combat Support Wing, and also temporary the 55th Wing's 95th Reconnaissance Squadron. Welcome everyone to Team Mildenhall. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I love this place because you just never know what you're going to get. Don't forget to download our Mildenhall bingo as well, because it's such a variety here. We get all sorts here. The most random aircraft I've seen here, and do you know what? I didn't press record. The most random aircraft I got here was the Catalina, the PBY Catalina. I know, right? The most random thing I've seen here, and it did a low approach. I mean, wow, that was a blast. I couldn't even understand what it was at first, even though I know what it is. You know, when you just see something, you're just completely oblivious to it even coming here for whatever reason. It did. It was on the stream, don't get me wrong, we got it on the stream, but amazing. Big shout to the 100 CES. Keeping a look at what else we've got starting up. There's an absolute giant hare just running down the edge of the runway. It might, yeah, it stopped. I was going to say it might even just cut across the screen. I'm going to leave it just locked on this so we can see the full start up of those props, those tilt rotors. Call them props. They're not quite props, are they? But you know what I mean. The rotor blades. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly pour a cup of tea and watch this start, right?
Let me just check the others.
rotor's turning there now. What's going on? Extremely patiently for a departure. We've only had the one proper movement today. There was one that just literally as I hit the start button today, but they're keeping us waiting today. But of course they've got their job to do. All checks have to be done to full completion. In fairness, I think I heard engine start approved at your discretion, so that might have been something that I should have taken note of, because obviously at their discretion it doesn't mean immediate, so this could be a definitely the APU running. Colin Brammer, how you doing? All the way to you. Christopher Cart, Dear Sturfer, how you doing? Julie, Nick Samuels, Margot, Summer Mochon, how we all doing? Can't wait to see this. It is a phenomenal aircraft, using the agility of a helicopter and the speed, and you know, and the speed of an aeroplane. It's a fantastic concept, and definitely it's designed to work in the most hostile, undesirable, unposh environments. It's got a beautiful sound as well, really bassy, punchy sound, and really does purr. Casevac, troop extraction, all that kind of stuff, especially being a commando unit as well. Beautiful tilt rotor aircraft. Always reminds me of Transformers, this thing, but combines of course the vertical takeoff, hover and vertical landing qualities of a helicopter with the long range, fuel efficiency and speed characteristics of a turboprop aircraft. It's usually the MC-130J Commando 2 in their group that can refuel this air to air, and the mission of the CV-22 is to conduct long-range infiltration, exfiltration and resupply missions for special ops forces. So it's versatile, it's self-deployable aircraft, it offers increased speed and range over the other rotary wing aircraft, enables Air Force Special Ops Command air crews to execute the long-range special operations missions in austere environments, unposh, undesirable, hostile territories. The CV-22 can perform missions that normally would require both fixed-wing and rotary together, but this is like an all-in-one. The CV-22 takes off vertically, and once airborne, the nacelles engine and prop rotor group on each wing can rotate into the forward position. The CV-22 is equipped with a variety of systems that allow it to operate in various conditions. Crew of 2 and 2 special mission aviators, so total 4. Can take up to, well, 24 seated or 32 floor loaded, or 10,000 pounds of cargo or salmon. Today, for those that didn't know, this C-130 can taxi backwards. It can actually taxi in reverse. I mean, that was pretty cool. That was good to see. Very, very cool. Don't often see that. Mark Garwood, thank you for that. Lilo Doublefly, thank you very much. High five, Paw Pump. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships today. Thank you so much. A Guards March, thank you so much. And Babzar, thank you for your amazing 16 months membership with us. Thank you for 16 brilliant months. Keep up the great work. Thanks a lot, Babzar. Thank you for being a loyal member to the channel. Also, Peter Faulkner as well, 18 months membership. Wow, thank you so much. You put thank you, Nikos, Ted and Spanner crew. Thank you very much. Summer Mottram with 21 months membership. Part of our Spanner flight as well, and part of our fighter squadron. Another month with the TCS. Gone in the blink of an eye. This amazing channel and its community just keeps getting better and better. Thank you to Ted, Nikos, Kai Bear, Spanner flight, and all of our members and supporters. Through Storms, thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Babzar, thank you. High five. Paw Pump, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A Guards March for you. Speedy AD17, welcome. High five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers Club, Guards March. Angela Farley, congratulations on your 12-month membership. Congratulations on reaching that milestone. Well done. Wow, what a year. Great streams from Ted and Nikos. Thank you very much. Guards March. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March, thank you very much. Shane Davis, 16 months membership as well. Time flies when you're having fun. Thank you. Andy Haynes with 21 months membership. Wow, where did the time go? Speedy AD17, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. A Guards March to you. Dave Tipper, welcome. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us. Sharon Chapman, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks to the TCS crew for your recent kindness and support. Much appreciated. Guards March. Debbie Solken, Guards March, thank you very much for your super chat. Thank you very much. And Speedy AD17 again, thank you very much for your super chat. Guards March to you. Malcolm James, member for 14 months. Some nice Skylarks as well as F-35s. Indeed, thank you very much for your 14-month loyal membership. High five to Malcolm James for sending a Ted Coningsby membership and gifting it. Thank you very much. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March, thank you very much. Hope to see you Thursday. And Mark Garwood, here is the car park fee. That stream is awesome. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you, Mark. Thank you very much for that. Still waiting patiently for this to start. Actually, Ted's got pretty much everything. He's even got a US Air Force flag as well. Ted's even got his Union flag as well. What else you got there, Ted? Do you want to take that off you, mate? Yeah? Okay, mate, what else we got for you? What else we got here, Ted? Shall I get you these two? Yeah, alright, do you want them both at the same time? Okay, mate. Ted's got Royal Air Force, lest we forget. We've got loads of flags. We've even got we've got the US Air Force flag as well. Actually, I'll get that one, Ted. keeping us on our toes here as we wait for this to start. From the Handley Page Hayford bombers that first operated here, which we don't have, to the Vickers Wellington bomber. They're all my aircraft are waiting to be oh dear, they're all waiting to be on display, you know. They're all waiting for it. And wow, the other bomber which I don't have, which I'm going to struggle to get hold of, is the Fairey Hendon bomber. That was here as well, but after that we did start to see the Wellington bombers. And here it is, just really quickly while I can. There you go. So we had Hayford, the Fairey Hendon, and then of course the Vickers Wellington bomber. Beautiful bomber, of course, with, like I said, the most produced, with 11,400 in excess of these, building at a rate of 28 per week. The beautiful geodetic airframe, and built in 16 different variants with a payload of 4,500 pounds. It was very modest in its speed, about 232 miles per hour. Various units had different, various marks had different engines as well. But, 149 brought their Wellington bombers here. 99 Squadron were also operating these as well, until the transition to a specification requirement, as the Air Ministry put out a specification out there for a 4-engine bomber. They realised they needed 4 engines, they needed a 4 motor, they needed something that with a bit more power, bigger payload. There was a complete requirement and specification put out, and it was literally a race for manufacturers to get there, such as the Shorts brothers as well, the Handley Page, Vickers. All these were really, and Avro as well, trying to develop from their failed, well, it wasn't their fault, it was due to the engines. But of course, after this came the very first Royal Air Force's 4-engine bomber, the Short Stirling bomber. They won the race, and of course, don't forget, this produces, you know, a lot of money, a lot of employment, and boosts the economy, and, you know, town or village specific. You know, a little town can do wonders for the economy boost, you know, providing work. And it was the Short Stirling that won that, but it came at a bit of a toll, because they were basically told they couldn't actually have a wingspan originally proposed of 120 or so feet. Okay, you can see the wingspan here. It looks all right, but it was supposed to have an extra 10 foot either side, and the Air Ministry said no, we don't have hangars to support it. It was a massive I mean, it stood really high. I mean, look at the height of it. It was something like, I think it was 8 meters. I don't want to commit myself, but I'm wondering if it was 8 meters high. I'm trying to wonder if I'm right on that. Did I actually read that? Let me just check my specs, because height of aircraft, I don't really go into too much detail, but I'm pretty sure it stood pretty high. Let me have a quick look on the Short Stirling height. Oh, 6.93, so not too far out, about a meter out, but wow. But yeah, it struggled when it was fully loaded, fully fueled. It didn't have that wing area to give it lift. It struggled, and it was sort of pinned at 16,500 you know, feet for service ceiling. This was based here with various squadrons, 199, 149 squadron. It had 8 guns on it, but it did have the payload of 14,000. But of course, when you start climbing high up there, the air gets thinner and thinner, and if you haven't got the lift, then you're going to struggle with that. So it didn't really, it struggled, you know, quite badly really with that. The other aircraft that was here was, of course, the Halifax bomber as well. This was second to make it to the first 4-engine bombers, the Handley Page Halifax. this had a few teething issues. Later marks had this sort of almost like rounded, bit similar to the Lancaster fins. It really struggled because the original, the earlier marks had almost like a kidney shaped, and when performing evasive maneuvers could actually lose control. And it was found to be down to this. The other problem that they had, the earlier models, they struggled because the exhausts were creating flames at night. Of course, the RAF operating at night with the flames actually coming out of the engines, they found that night fighters would pick them off because they could see the actual flames coming out. I was reading an excerpt about the night fighters of the Luftwaffe. All they had to do was look for the flames, and well, there we go, the worst upon it. They just aimed for the middle. Did have 13,000 pound payload, a little bit less. Service ceiling 24,000 feet, so a bit better. Some marks had the Bristol Hercules, and I'm just trying to think which, just trying to have a look at some of the earlier variants. The HP 56 had the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, but that got never built. There was a lot of prototypes in its first series. The B1 series, the Halifax Mark 1B, they had the Merlin engines, and it was there that they found that the flames coming out of the exhausts were causing a lot of, they could easily pick them off. So that was one of the problems that they discovered. But the other legendary aircraft, of course, that was here and served well here, has that just shut down? Is that still going? Was the Lancaster, which served here with various squadrons as well. So this was here, and eventually the Avro Lincoln as well, the successor to the Avro Lancaster as well. So this was here with various squadrons as well during World War II. And a couple of the squadrons, like 149 and 199, they actually moved with their short Stirlings to RAF Lakenheath between 41 and 43. 15 Squadron were here as well with the Lancaster. There were many Lancaster squadrons based here, and you wouldn't think that it was one of the largest bomber bases here. Just trying to look now, so you've got 15 Squadron, 622 Squadron that were operating the Lancaster here. Also got our the B-17 did come here, but it was on a temporary deployment from the US when they were here on exercise. There's our B-17, which the Square D would have been on here proudly at Thorpe Abbott's. Oh yes, representing the 100th Bomb Group. Squadron markings were a thing. They the markings of the 351st, which are based here, would have had Echo Papa. Olive Drab was here until later. They found that it did. It's hard. It's something we overlook, I think, anyway, that paint actually weighs a lot, and if you start adding coats after coats, then you're gonna start causing a lot of weight. I think they started to get rid of the Olive Drab around 44, I think it was. Got that in my notes somewhere, when they decided to just have that bare metal. Could have been as late as 43, but yeah, late 43. I'm trying to think that they both decided to stop painting their fighters and bombers, and it literally would cause so much weight, and that added weight costs fuel, right? You could actually save that and add bombs and more fuel to it, right? Well, they always say best things come to those who wait, so let's see what we're gonna get today. Well, I hope you're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. It's beginning to look like one of those sort of very hard going Mildenhall streams, but at the same time a very chilled one. And like I said, it can be very, very rewarding with lots of waiting sometimes, but Mark Head, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. So the aircraft I showed you were all based here, with the exception of the B-17, which wasn't, but when they arrived here, the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, being around 30 miles away from their original base at Thorpe Abbotts near Diss, they were given the honour to be able to fly the Square D. Hi.
Amy Cross.
Yeah, how's it going? All right.
How many stickers have you?
They're online.
They're online. Get
Yes.
them online.
Yes.
Okay. I'm a subscriber and I want
Nice one.
Right.
Yeah, treat
I
yourself.
live up in Cheshire, so I don't get down that often.
Ah, okay.
So I watch a lot.
Nice one. Enjoy it. Yeah, go online.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Oh, whatever. This is taking quite a while, isn't it? But hey, you know, best things come to those. Right, I was going to say this looks good. Okay, this looks good now. I think they've just got I think they're doing a pattern. They might just go out and do a circuit and come back, I think. Come on.
Here we go.
There we go. Some great call signs there. So if you were to be in special ops flying the CV-22 Osprey, what would be your call sign? Keep it fun, keep it sweet, keep it neat. Some good ones there. Here we go. So this should, let me just move that on there a little bit. Wow, so this should be taxiing now. KC-46 Pegasus and the C17. We've still got quite a few things out here, so never know, we might get to see them today as well. Okay, what's going on here? This doesn't look good. No, this should have had. This should have been going out. It wasn't a ground run. It wasn't flexing. It should have been going out. So I don't know what's happened. Sure what happened there, so let's see what else we got. It did have departure details with that, so it was supposed to do at least one circuit, so I'm not sure what happened there. Not sure what's going on, but no worries, we got to see it start up. It went in that slightly angled for a taxiing position, but again, didn't happen. Here we go again. Okay, here we go. One more time, here we go. Like I said, it does have departure details, so it should be going out in a VFR, visual flight rules, so without any instruments to assist on a day like this. VFR is the... Here we go. Oi, oi. Hopefully we get this one. The second full movement of the day, if we get it. Been a long day already, sadly, but it's been exotic. We've had a reverse taxi in C-130 along with its departure. Hopefully this. Oi, oi. Oh man. Right, where are we? I'm just gonna turn this way a little bit so I can get a better position. Go behind that tree and I should catch it in just a sec. So it should do at least one circuit, I think I heard. Hopefully we get it. If I heard it right. If not, well, it's been one of those days anyway, so ooh, windy there. Let's have a look. You know when you get a silhouette and you can't work out if it's coming towards you or going away from you? I just had that. See, at one point it looked like it was coming towards us, but it was quite far out. Mesmerizing rotor. one circuit. Normally they go out and we don't see them for a while, so this was a sweet and neat circuit. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Been a bit of a slow day, to say the least, here at Mildenhall. And we're still going, What can we do, eh? What can we do? But there we go. That's military aviation for you.
How doing, y'all? Name's Casey, part of the 100. That's right, LRS. Logistics Readiness Squadron. I got what you need. Hey, we know what we doing wrong here now. Hey, Reggie, my man, what you doing? Well, I'm doing a special delivery there now. Special delivery, what you got? We got me on some squadron leader, the old Palm Bears there now. Palm what? Palm Bears? My, they look mighty fine. Yeah, well, I prefer the chicken flavoured there now, crisp there now. Well, I got what you need. What do you mean there now? I'm part of the LRS, Logistics Readiness Squad. What you need? Well, if that's the case there now. Oh, have you got any of the old chicken flavoured pom bears? Well, let me see. Maybe they're due in for maintenance. What do you mean there now? Let me have a look at these. These are mighty fine. Let me give them to the crew, see what they say. See in a moment. I think he's run off with them there now. Maybe I'll just... Yep, we got him. I got what you need. Just stay put. See you in about 45. See ya. Oh, that's right there now, isn't it? There now. Little pom bears there now. All right there now, isn't it? There now. Deliver these to our squadron leader there now.
Ah, you there. What are you doing?
Oh, how you doing there, Jens? There now? How you doing round there now?
I'm very good. Bit of a sore head, I'm afraid. I was banging my head against the wall with a foosball. It was not very good. We lost again. It was not good. Not good at all.
Oh dear now.
What is this? What is this? Cuisine, is it?
No, there no. This is from squadron leader. He likes his pom bears there now.
Pom bears, what is it? Ah, chips. Ah, you like chips. Okay, I have chips. I will go and get you some more chips if that's what you need.
Well, no, there no. Oh, you sound a bit like Casey there now.
Ah, yes, he is a wise one. He's got everything we need except for the foosball results in the Bundesliga.
All right, let me put
these to one side. Yes, foosball. And, you know, you must come and play foosball with me. We must play in the Bundesliga.
What do you mean there now?
Yes, you see, we must play the Bundesliga. Yes, I pass you the ball. You must kick or header like Jürgen. You must do what Jürgen does.
What do you mean I've got to do what Jürgen does? What do you mean? Who's Jürgen anyway?
The Jürgen Klinsmann, the man, the legend that brought football to England.
Well, I don't really know, mate. I'm more of a, you know, more of a local fan, really. Oh, right, he played for that team, didn't he, there now?
Yes, I want you to do the Jürgen Klinsmann, please. I want you to imitate how he brought football to England.
All right, now go on in. On your son in it there now.
Yes, you must do this. Ready? Ah, very good. Good result. Bundesliga.
Oh, I forgot what I was supposed to be doing. Right, everyone seems... My name's Reggie, part of the RAF regiment, and everyone's got a bit, you know, what's going on around here. And get me, oh, there is me pom bears for the squadron leader there now. And make a delivery. It's what the regiment does, you know. Sometimes we've got to make deliveries. Yeah, better than most couriers, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's right, join the regiment. We get what they need. Right, see you in a bit.
Wingy here, yes. How are you? Yes. What on earth is this?
How you doing there, Wingy? How you doing?
Yeah, Andrew, how are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. Just been having a day out here.
Have you? What have you been doing?
I've been helping out with the ground crew over there with your CV-22 Osprey.
CV-22 Osprey. What is it? What does it do?
Well, it's like a bit of a plane, a bit of a helicopter.
Oh boy, give us a lift. Thank you.
I don't think he's coming back.
Oh, never mind. Yes, what is this? We could have done with that in the war, hovering around like that, yes. It makes a lovely sound. It's like Gerald.
Who's Gerald?
My cat, Gerald the cat. Yes, big ginger thing. Yeah, lovely, lovely. Try not, don't forget to feed Gerald. I used to be a wing commander, you know. Yes. Attention. Yes, sir. Yes, looking good, looking sharp. Yes, your ground crew, always special to me. Always kept our birds flying.
Well, that's right. In history, we own the aircraft. You just borrowed it, brought it back. Pilots will bend it, we mend it. We break it, we fix it. But that's the way it is.
Yes, correct. Keep it going, son. Keep it going. Yes, Now, be a good boy. If you could see me across the road.
Okay, no worries. Then we can have a look.
What do you mean? Hey!
Oi, oi, oi!
Oi, 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 oi! Yeah, he's a good lad, isn't he? Yes, Yeah. Oh dear, oh dear.
What on earth is it? I tell you what, for an old boy, he could do a backflip, all right. Oh my absolute salmon gills.
You there? How are you? Do you play football? You do sometimes. Very good. It's good for the soul, you know. You must play. Yes. I'll be right back. It's all about the Bundesliga. Yes. Can you do any moves? What can you do? What is this? What are you doing? That's not a move. Hello? Hello, F calling. Excuse me. Dear, oh dear. Oh, where did he go? Ah, I see. Very good. There you are. Ah, this is good. Yeah, you're a defender, eh? You're a defender or attacker? Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. You must play. Come and play football with me, yes. Bundesliga.
right now, sorry about that. Got a bit wild earlier, didn't it? I just gave the squad leader his bag of fun bears right now. Forward, back, kick. Anyway, alright right now. Hey, we're doing a special move right here right now. I'm alright right now. How we doing around here now? I'm alright right now. What's going on around here now? You need backup, always need backup, mate, you know what I mean? That's right, when the Reggies were about, you can tell we're Reggie because of the mush, like radar, detection, danger. Yeah, that's right there, I know. What are you doing up there? Just adjusting the light there now, bit bright there now, isn't it there now? Yeah, not good. That's right. What are these doing now? They're pretty, they're like transformers to me there now. 1 minute they're a helicopter, next minute they're a plane there now. Yeah, pretty good for us, isn't it now? Easy to jump out of. Oh no, stop in the end, jump out. It's like, cheers mate. Yep, KFC just down there now. Yeah, it's all about the chucking. Oh, I love me chucking. I love chucking as well. I love chucking, Reggie. Oh, I'm tasty for chucking now. Yeah, chucking's a good job. They can't fly there now. Yeah, I suppose they're a bit like us really, you know, they don't want to fly. Well, why have they got wings there now? Absolutely amazing question there now. Why has a bird got no wings there now and doesn't fly? Oh, that is a very... Mind you, that's a very good question. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's like a spoon with holes in it. Why has it got a spoon got holes in it? That's a very good question, Reggie. Why do some spoons have holes in it? I mean, imagine that. What is it, for dietary requirements or something? Yeah, I suppose it's like if you want to cut down sugar, I use a fork. That sounds brilliant there now. Yeah, what are you doing tonight there now? Well, I was going on a date, but nah. Well, how come you're not going on a date now? Well, she plays tennis. What's that got to do with going out of her? Well, one, she makes a racket. Secondly, love means nothing to them, innit there now? Dear oh dear, that's just a game. It's not like John McEnroe, mate, you know what I mean? Oh, right there now. Yeah, what about these Gurnt planes? Are they taking off there now? Well, I think that Gurnt one over there is trying to take off. Giving out the departures. I might go and have a little sniff around, you know what I mean? Get the mush going. You know what I mean? There'll be no transponders on this mush there now. I'm going to give out no squad code there now. Regiment United there now.
running across the runway. God, that was quick. I looked away for a few seconds and it was already across the runway. Cool. Thanks a lot, Perry, for the update there now. Yeah, it looks like we've got a Wolfhound RTB as well, so that's pretty cool. Shouldn't be too far. How we doing, ladies? Shirts and teddy bears, Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Mildenhall, and it's been a slow-ish day for now. We've still got a couple of hours in us yet before we make our own departure. But let's see what we got for the rest of the remaining couple of hours while we're here. So we got the C-146 on its way back, as well as potentially this C-17 potentially going out as well, so we'll see how that gets on. But it was nice to see the C-130 actually reversing in taxi, because that was pretty cool. I've seen it once actually, just where they're parked up, which that's spectacular as well. So the C-146 flown by the 67th Special Operations Squadron, which is part of the 752nd Special Operations Group. And of course, the wing itself, it's the 352nd Special Operations Wing as well. So a new inventory added to the Special Ops, and that was from December 2024. Again, they fly the C-130, the 67th Special Operations Squadron, along with the C-146. So fixed wing with the 67th and rotary with the 7th Special Operations Squadron. Both squadrons are part of the 752nd Special Operations Group. So not too far now is our Wolfhound, which is, I'm just trying to establish what runway they're going to use it for that. Let's have a look. Oh yeah.
Thanks Ashley for following me. I'm not sure. No, it's not on the ground. It's actually the Air Refeuling. This is the Fairford.
So the Wolfhound getting closer and closer. That's the C-146. Could potentially use 10. I'm not sure just yet. Rotary are a little bit having a bit of leeway together with them. They can use either runway with the rotary, which we've seen with the CV-22 Osprey compared to the mind you, the KC-135 this morning, although there has what appears to be a runway change. Now the PAPI lights have come on, which indicates it's runway 10 So we could be receiving our next arrival with 10. The PAPI lights just over here, just this way. The PAPI lights, we haven't spoken about them for a while. They're the precision approach path indicators, set at an angle of 3 degrees, just like the ILS with the 3-degree glide path. They're actually moved. Now there's a special lens in there, so when angled in that particular way at 3 degrees, they will give you different lighting system, different effects. Basically, on the ground they appear red, and because of the lens set at an angle, what would happen is it indicates to the pilot that they're actually at the right height. What is the right height? It's an average of 300 feet per nautical mile. We know this by a bit of Pythagoras theorem, which I did for you with the ILS. It's called the glide path and the glide slope itself. It's an imaginary path. So 2 nautical miles out, it will be 600 feet. For example, 3 nautical miles out will be 900 feet. And the way it is, the pilot's looking for 2 white, 2 red, all right? And it doesn't physically change color, it changes color on your actual altitude. So if you are 3 miles out and you are, let's say, I don't know, 300 feet, that's pretty low. They'll all be pretty much red, or 3 red, 1 white. 4 red, very low. 3 red, 1 white is slightly low. The pilot's looking for 2 white and 2 red. If they were all white, it would indicate that the pilot is too high. All right, so if they were 3 white, 1 red, slightly high. Here comes our C-146 right now. Here we go. So added to the 67th Special Operations Squadron in December 2024, so quite recent. Just gave us a reminder of Waddington there for a little bit there. Now, right, so I just caught a glimpse of the C17 pinging there, flashy style. So all is good on that. So hopefully we'll catch that as well before we depart ourselves. So that's our 3rd proper movement of the day. If you want to count the 4th one from this morning, then that's fine. I'm just a bit picky at that. That was there's our C17. Did catch it just flashying, or was that my imagination? The C-146 Wolfhound of the Special Ops. I thought I seen that ping, but it could have been the light off the tail from the C-146. Thanks a lot there, Perry, for the info on that. Yeah, I think it is supposed to have paint. Just about have paint change on that. Tail probe for the Hawaii base aircraft. And amazing that the grey paintwork, the way, depending on how much light is actually shining or when it's through cloud. Look at the, I mean, the same paintwork, but look at the difference in colours. Look at these two. Just the fact, the way the light is hitting on the aircraft, it's amazing. See the colour contrast. I remember we once we had three different types. We had a KC-135, the KC-46, and I think it was a C17, and it was amazing. In fact, one shot, I think I had all the three generations of tankers. It was the KC-10 that was here, if I remember, the KC-46 and the KC-135. That was a good shot. That was magnificent. And of course, don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, and of course subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're all well and good. How's it all going, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope you're feeling well. It's been, well, a slow day, in all honesty. I mean, we are expecting, what did we say, an average of one movement per hour that we normally have, just to give you sort of like you know, like an average to go with. But this is military aviation. You got to be patient, and look what we got. We got the CV-22 Osprey doing a circuit. But there we go. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. I hope you're all good and well, and I'm hoping we can get you some more military aviation action today before we finish up. So tomorrow we're heading off to back to Ted HQ at Coningsby for another Ted Coningsby show, so that's all good there. So back at Ted HQ tomorrow, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, so keep your notification bell button on. Cool. That's all good. Thank you very much for the update on the C17 ride. So all is good. So yeah, didn't really get to give you too much history today, which was a bit of a shame. I was sort of hanging on the edge of you know, bit of PFOs from the neighbours across the road, but that's the way it can be. So you know, you got to just take the rough with the smooth when it comes to Mildenhall. But lots of you know the history. At least we got the Mac Robertson race, the famous you know, air race from Mildenhall to Melbourne on the 16th of October 1934, and you can actually see the very aircraft that won, the DH-88 Comet, painted in that beautiful cherry red at the Shuttleworth collection at Old Warden. Do check it out. That is the one that won. I mean, it's a remarkable, it's got a bit of a sinister history as well, actually. You can check out the video on our website and have a look at on our YouTube channel, and have a look at the description, what we wrote about, because it is in reference to being selected to assassinate a particular someone, but they didn't take the money on that. It wasn't worth the money. So that is a very interesting history regarding that Comet from the Shuttleworth collections. Do check it out. So the C-146 just back now, taxiing back, and we are hoping, I'm pretty sure it was flashing, the nav light was flashing, but we'll see if it goes. But welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears. It's a shame I wanted to show you the tail of a KC-135, but I can't actually show you one. I wanted to show you that it's got the same actual station crest as Lakenheath, Upper Hayford, Alconbury, and Brampton, and a few others. Church Fenton, I think it was it Church Fenton? It's to do with being part of the support command that was established in the 70s. It's actually quite interesting when I was discovering why they have the same. So Lakenheath and Mildenhall, Upper Havard, they've all got the same, and that was all to do with the only difference, okay, is the name, of course, and it's got the eagle sat on a Greek pillar, the Ionian pillar, and the pillars just sort of inside a crown. It's really interesting, and it's called a close copy, by the way. It's an official thing that the RAF heraldry have called close copy if something is exact, with the difference, of course, with the name of the base itself. So that was quite interesting to have, and it was to do with support command that was actually established. So that was in the 70s. I think the HQ for that was at Brampton, so it was quite interesting to come across that. So thanks to those at RAF Marham Heritage Centre, which gave me the book written by Ken and Mark Every. Really good book. There's a couple of volumes out. I think we got there's Squadron 1 to 100. It gives you all the details about the squadron, the badge itself and what they mean. So really interesting. So I showed you earlier today the various aircraft that were based here with what I've got, with the exception of the Hayford and the what was it, the Harrow? No, the Ferry Hendon. That's it, Ferry Hendon. The Harrows were actually at Feltwell. So there we go. I mean, it's during the time then, what did we say? We had Wellingtons, and it went to Stirlings, which we showed you. There was Lancasters, some Halifaxes as well, Avro Lincoln, and then, you know, the post-war is where it kind of changed. So when 1950 came, the base did operate during the Cold War with the joint operations between the Royal Air Force and the United States Air Force as well. So this was really its role in Strategic Air Command. You'll find aircraft such as the B-50D Super Fortress, which was a souped up B-29. I believe it's slightly bigger engines, that kind of thing. There was some bombardment wings of the 22nd, 93rd and the 509th Bombardment Wing on a temporary deployment basis, rotational. Some of their squadrons were moved around. You had B-47s. Oi, oi! You had a KC-97 Strato freighter. You had the WB-50D Weather Squadron operating the WB-50D, sorry, which was the 58th Weather Squadron that were operating that. There was a lot of things going on at Mildenhall during that Cold War period, including the 513th Tactical Airlift Wing. They were operating the EC-135H Silk Purse as well. There was a lot going on during that Cold War period until 1959, when the base was solely operated by the United States Air Force. So it's been since then, all right. And one of the sort of like which really put Mildenhall on the map in more of a modern day would be the SR-71 Blackbirds, when they were flying with the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing here, which they were positioned and stored in the hangars just over there, which I'll show you in a moment. It's spectacular. This really got a lot of people involved in plane spotting. Perry, for example, was told me a lovely story about going to Honington, went to see tornadoes, but they couldn't, so they came here, seeing what could happen. SR-71 Blackbird, that's enough to change anyone's world, isn't it, right? So this is like a major significant change, which was detachment for the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, and they were operating the U-2s as well, and of course the legendary SR-71 Blackbird, until the last departure of the SR-7 Blackbird, which happened on the 18th of January 1990. The 306 Strategic Wings SR-71 and U-2 came really, I mean, it's quite symbolic, you know, it's quite, as well as there's so much symbolising Mildenhall. I mean, you've got the Square D legacy that's flown, I get that, but aircraft such as the SR-71 will leave, you know, tremors throughout the future to say, wow, these were here. In the 90s, that's when we start to get a little bit back into the 100th, and it wasn't until the February the 1st 1992 when the 100th Air Refueling Wing of USAF assumed control here, and then the others, the special ops followed after that as well. So amazing, lots of different styles of aircraft. I mean, you're going from a Hayford to SR-71 Blackbird, to the KC-135, to a souped up MC-130J, and the most recent added, the C-146 Wolfhound, which is amazing, absolutely amazing. So you could leave it like that, couldn't you? 1934, the Handley Page Hayford, 2004. So what's that? 70, 90 years. Hayford to C-146. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely legendary. And that's literally history right there, which is quite phenomenal, really, when we look at it like that. Right, let's have a look at our C17 over there. I must have just caught that right with the tail of the C-146. Let's see what we're going to get. Just gonna have a quick cup of tea. That's right. Oh, it's starting to warm up nicely now, isn't it? It's quite warm at the moment, but there we go. So just waiting, hopefully, for this C-17. It does appear we've got the KC-135 that went out this morning that were just about caught on the stream as I pressed the button. It looks like it's heading back. It's about 15 minutes out, so that could be all good. Yep, literally as I said that, the Perry's just mentioned that. Yep, it's not too far, so it should be back in about 15 minutes, I would have thought, not too far away. Hopefully, yes, absolutely, may get a couple of circuits there, a few circuits from there, so that could be all good. Let's have a look. Let me just check on. Yeah, nice one. So yeah, you never know, it might do that. So we got a CV-22 Osprey, which was pretty cool. We got to go out and do a circuit, and we had the C-130 with the square A. That was pretty cool. For me, that was awesome because of the legacy that it holds, the 94th Bomb Group on there. That was amazing. That was really good. It's always nice to see that. So on your screens now, we've got the AWCU, and that's the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit as well, just keeping things sweet and neat as we got an aircraft arriving very shortly in about 15 mics. Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. They have various methods. They do use falconry. I do get asked this, why don't they use falconry? They actually do. That contractor does. Phoenix. They got various flags, different colour flags to scare the birds off. They can use the vehicle as well. They can play the horn. They've got pre-recorded distress signals or very distressing sounds. They can use the vehicle itself to just chase away birds and stuff. They do have a flare gun, which we've seen yesterday, a rifle, lots of other sort of homemade items, which I've heard that they can use if required to do so. So, you know, a very important part. If you're a member to the channel, you can actually see the falconry being used, which was at the approach end of runway 06 at the time, although now it's 05. So I'm just going to check our let's have a look. I'm just going to check our it's not too far. Should be going over UK land very shortly as well, that one. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Thanks for joining us today on this rather quiet day, but I've got no departure details just yet for you for this one. Look at that heat haze, a lot, isn't it? Loads. This looks cool though, love it. Look at the upgraded propellers on the J, making it almost like a Super Hercules. And here at Mildenhall, there's just one man that takes care of propellers. That is his sole job, and he's been doing that for years, from what I've heard, a very, very long time. And that is his sole skill, shall we say, his expertise of field is propellers. And he will analyze every single propeller, because let's face it, they're like a compressor blade, they're like a wing. Each one is like a wing, and it's got to be absolutely flawless. Isn't that a song? So it can't have any kinks in there, a slight crack. Anything like that will eventually affect pressure. So if there was a slight little dent, it could create its own tiny bit of air pressure, and with that, as it spins round, it then causes an imbalance as it spins round. it's sort of similar to the boundary layer, I guess, in some ways, but it's been designed specially. Each curve, every single twist on that propeller, each single one has been designed specially to make it 100% efficiently aerodynamic, which is amazing. So it won't be too long now for our KC-135. Thanks for joining us, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. So it's just it's going to be just to the north of Norwich in about 15 seconds. Claire Bear, how you doing? Dave Vale, Christopher Neal, RSVP, how we're all doing? Anonymous, Simon Watchorn, Alex Blackcat, G Van Pulliam, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Dave V, what's going on? And Dave Holloway as well, Julian Kirk, sorry, how you doing? Sean Strang, how's it going? And Christopher Neal, big shout out to all of you. Hope you're all good and enjoying the show on this very quiet day here at Mildenhall. But we do have an arrival very, very shortly. Christine Barnes, AD Causa, Alan Gates, all in. How we doing? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. So welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents. Oh, what we got here? Yeah, hang on. Hang on. What was that? Stand by. Hang on. Might have something for you. I'm not too sure about that C17 anymore, but that's fine. Don't mind being wrong, because it means that it'll be good. Sounds good. Quid 22 as well. So we should have some more departures by the sound of it from Quid 22. The only problem is when. That's the thing, you can get all these departure details, but they can take quite a bit. But no worries, nevertheless, we're in it for the ride. On that Big Iron Tuesday. Love it. Loving the Ted Coningsby channel. Right, so not long to go, I don't think now, for the KC-135. Oh, which has gone all weird on ADS-B. It's just suddenly did some time warp and is sort of near Wainfleet now. If you look at your ADS-B, it's had a bit of a moment. So this could be quite fun. But we'll see what runway's in use. We'll wait for the pappy lights to see what we got. Show me what you got. Now for those, when we spoke about the ILS localizer, we've got the localizer over here for runway 28. There's our localizer. So this gives you a lateral. All right, this sends beams, almost like the beam approach beacon system that we had, but this is a lot more. This uses frequencies at different pitches, different levels, different frequencies. All right, so this is lateral. This is what you call, if you establish the localizer. An aircraft can be in the vicinity to connect to it. There's certain sort of like what's the word, strengths of how far it spans out. It's really, really interesting. But this is part of the ILS. That's the instrument landing system. And here's our ILS glide slope antenna. So we've got the lateral, but this is the glide slope antenna. Now the glide slope antenna does the vertical. All right, that tells and informs the pilot if they are too high or too low. So you use this in what's called IFR, instrument flight rules. There's plenty of different aids to help and assist a pilot to land. So this will send frequencies to the pilot's aircraft, all right, when they've locked onto that localizer. So they've got their altitude that they can find out if they're correct, and they've also got the lateral sense on the localizer. All right, so that one there, that's the ILS for 28. So the glide slope, that's where pretty much you touch down, right? Let me just on my so you've got, that's for 10. So there'll be one of these at the other end, all right, for runway 10. So this one's for 28, all right. So that ILS was for runway 10, the one I just showed you. It's positioned right by the touchdown of the glide slope. sends signals again to the 3 degrees, like we said, with the PAPI lights, which are currently off at the moment. There they are, look, but they're switched off at the moment. So that's what the ILS is like. I'll give you a full briefing on that at some point in the next few shows or so. All my little drawings. You got to have the little drawings there and out. Dig it out quickly before this lands. So you've got the, just before it lands here, so that localizer, that's a bit sharp at the moment, let me just, that localizer there, if you're 25 nautical miles out, it will be at a plus minus 10 degrees, all right, either side. 17 nautical miles out, it's receivable at 17 nautical miles out at plus minus 35 degrees. And then a plus 10 at 10 nautical miles out would be a plus minus 90 degrees. So it's quite accurate the closer you are, of course, but you can connect to it. Yes, Morse code does need to be learned, because that's how you know you've connected to the right ILS for the correct aerodrome. All right, so that's the glide slope antenna, does 10 nautical miles out, plus minus 8 degrees as well, which is pretty cool. I've also worked everything out for you. Charlie's going for it. And similar fashion with the, well, let's call it there, similar fashion with the PAPI lights set at 3 degrees. Those are your exact feet that you should be at. So the PAPI lights, if you're on this, if that's your height, 1,273 feet, you should be 4 nautical miles out, 2 miles. So you've got to give a rough at sort of 300 feet per nautical mile out. So that's pretty impressive. I was going to show you just really quickly. Let me see how far this KC-135 is. It can't be too far. Yeah, it's almost there. So the ILS, like I said, sends frequencies out, and I was going to quickly draw you what the pilot sees. So that's what the pilot, this is an ILS instrument, all right, and the pilot's got this little diamond, all right, so that's frequencies from, that's our glide slope antenna, and you've also got the that's the localizer giving the lateral. So if the pilot's here, this tells us the pilot's too far to the right, okay, and it's too high. So the pilot just adjusts, so it goes a little bit more to the right. So the pilot's still too high, so it brings the aircraft down to get the diamond back in the center. That's how it, that's a rough guide. All right, you're not qualified to fly just yet, but that is just a quick diagram of how the ILS works between the localizer and the glide slope antenna. So our KC-135 just turning now in on final right now. Yep, okay, I've got visual, so here we go. So the KC-135 flown by the 351st Air Refueling Squadron, and each KC-135 of the 100th Air Refueling Wing, in honour of their legacy, still have the original, or at least a replica, painted nose art from the original B-17s that they were flying, operating from Station 139 at Fort Abbots. I mean, that's amazing. And on their tail, just like the B-17s, they will fly the Square D, which was the 100th Bomb Group's designated tail marking. The 351st would have had on their fuselage for their squadron markings. They did have this as well. But if you go to Thorpe Abbots, you'll see the collection of patches from the original nose art, from the original patches of the collection there. The artifacts, the memorabilia are just amazing. And on the, just trying to think on my head, port side of the KC-135s do feature the nose art. So this means we won't see the nose art from here, unfortunately. But for those that know and match the serial numbers with the nose art, I guess this would count on your bingo cards. The Square D is featured on both sides of the tail. Clear for the optional approach. We get an action-packed last third of the show. Would be the first time, would it? That's the way it goes with Mildenhall. You can have a very busy start, a busy ending, or both, all day flat out. You just never know, which is why you should never give up on a place just because it wasn't good on one day. You should just keep coming, see what happens. You'll be surprised. Tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel, the one and only Ted Coningsby channel, the UK's #1 military aviation streaming channel, and we couldn't do that without your help. and we are getting closer to 95,000 subscribers, one step at a time. Our first step is to get to 95, and then after that the next step will be literally 100k, which I was only looking at 10k when I first sort of thought, okay, I'll give YouTube a chance with I'll give it a go. Started off with a mobile phone. In fact, I was excited about getting the 10, just 10, not K, not 10k, just 10, because I had 9 once with a phone. I remember doing it with the phone, and yeah, and there we are. Here we are. I had a look at 2 years. I had a memory pop up 2 years ago, for 2 years ago, and it was celebrating 15,000. So in 2 years, the channel has collected, has built up a staggering nearly 80,000 extra subscribers from 2 years ago. So be it. 78,000, is that right? Yeah, 78,000, just short of 78. And I cannot believe how much it's climbed. It really has really progressed the last 2 years. Really has literally just gone from strength to strength. You've allowed me to be able, with the support that you've all given, you've allowed me to be able to do this almost every day for you. Obviously I've got to have that discipline and that sort of call out to be able to take a day off when possible, you know. I've learned that, hey, if you burn yourself out, that's the end. You can't light back up. So I've been a little bit trying to get a little bit more strict in taking my time out when needed. You know, challenging as it is to deliver a show in all elements, and always finding, you know, fun things to talk about, educational stuff. It's just an incredible, you know, community that we've all built. We've helped each other out literally through storms, is what the motto of the Ted Coningsby channel is. And of course, another motto of ours is stay in the green, keeping everyone's mental well-being. I've always said, you know, Mildenhall is a really good place for the soul. You know, it's quiet, I get it, but sometimes it's not, and it's just so pleasant to hear the skylarks, the oyster catchers at Coningsby, for example. You know, just seeing nature and just, you know, just enjoying the frequencies, because I believe that frequencies do have an impact on the body in a good way, in a positive way. I mean, you know, some people love bassy music, right? We love bass. Who doesn't? And that's a very, very old prehistoric thing. So from my from my studies, and when I was doing archaeology and looking at instruments that they were using in Neolithic or Bronze Age times, they found that some of the drums were producing a very, very low frequency, and too much of it can start to make you a bit more beyond happy, shall we say. And you know, I guess there is scientific proof in that. And it was one of those things where I thought, well, hang on a minute, you know, aircraft produce frequencies, so surely that must have an impact. The smell, the sound, but ultimately greenery, the nice background in the farmlands and all that, you know, that nature, you know, watching a hare or a bunny rabbit, a muntjac, watching a kite, a cuckoo, anything, an owl, anything like that, you know, just being at one with nature, enjoying the sounds, and of course adding a bit of military aviation, you know, making you feel good. So there we go. Just waiting for the KC-135 now to turn on finals. I think we may have another departure at some point. So again, in similar style, we'll just turn round over Ely, and that's its circuit, shall we say. Just turning in now on final approach in just a few seconds now. As soon as I've got visual, yeah, I got visual. Here we go. Let's turn round and get a good shot for you. So hopefully we get another circuit to make up for today. So our average is about 1 hour. If we can max that out, that'd be brilliant. Here we go. jet is still up. You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Mildenhall. How we doing? Gonna do, hang on a minute, let me see where it is. Hang on, I recognise this. Let me just turn around this way, right? Is it gonna do a tactical approach? It could do, come on. Okay. Let's have a look what it's going to do. Let's have a look. I mean, it is... The PAPI lights are on for 10. Whether it's going to choose 28, who knows? Do a low approach on 28. Let's have a look. Quite far out, so I'm just going to leave it there for one second. Let me just check the skies for a moment. Let me see what's going on the ground there now. can hear a KC-135 on the ground. Now, whether or not they're going to get this up first and then have this land could be an option. Let's have a look. Okay, it's just turning now into a final approach for runway 28 this time, so maybe it is just changing runway. Who knows? We'll find out in a moment. No worries. But I can hear another KC-135 on the ground. Just heard those beautiful engines. Developed from the Boeing 780 prototype along the Boeing 707 as well, and it's beautiful CFM International F108s producing 21,600 pounds of thrust. That's almost one Eurojet EJ200 with afterburner, that one. Just a little bit more to go with it, but it's got 4 of those, 4 CFM International. So it's a whopping, what, 85,000 pounds of thrust in total. That's amazing. That's CFM International F108 CF100 turbofans. The Strato tanker being the gas station of the sky. Can do both boomstick and drogue and probe style air refueling. And here we go. Did see it somewhere. There we go. Using runway 28 this time. Here we go. Looks like a crosswind style landing here at this stage.
Look at this.
Oh. Pilots can request a particular runway, not necessarily the one in use, part of their training. And with heavier aircraft, when you've got wind speeds, you know, less than 5 knots or less, they can use any runway they wish, with clearance, of course, from the air traffic controller. Beautiful. So we do have another KC-135 departing very shortly as well. So the KC-135 that we've seen here, first flight 16th of October 1959 as a KC-135Q. It was re-engined on the 30th of November 1994 as a KC-135T. Thanks a lot, Perry. Thanks for the info. You know how it is. Proper. Right, let's get back to our KC-135T. Behind those trees at the minute. Getting lower. Get out. Hang on, I can hear a bit on the move. Hang on, sorry. What is that? Such an iconic looking jet as well, and it's beautiful as well. Looks good. If it looks right, flies right. done. Isn't that a bit fat? Oh, hello. What's going on here? Oh, yeah. Example of a touch and go. Touch and goes and low approach, go arounds, they're all part of training. Touch and goes really give the pilot an opportunity to get more training in the landing and taking off. And also in the event of an emergency, if needed to action a touch and go, they can. It will be second nature when they keep practicing them like that. So for example, there could be an animal or a vehicle or a stranded aircraft on the runway as it's coming into land. And, you know, second nature to just do a touch and go, which eventually follows the go around. So, here's our next. Got another one. And, oh, look at this. We've also got the KC-135 as well. It's all happening now. Here we go. So, a slow start to the day, but here we go. If I'd known, I would have stayed in bed, eh? Nah, thing is, though, you shouldn't do that, because if you've got all day, do it, because you never know. It'll always be the opposite. If you came here late, you've missed everything. If you came here early, you got away. It's the way military aviation is. It's not like Heathrow where you're going to get flights all scheduled as well for convenience. This is military. This is why we love military aviation. Rewards are amazing. Here's the close copy example that I was talking about. There it is. Same as Brampton, Lakenheath. They've got the same due to support command that was established in the 70s. It's called a close copy in the Air Force, in the Royal Air Force. So we've got a double. We've got KC-135 and the MC-1, or at least the C-130. This one is, what was that one? What was that one? What was the nose art on that one? So Brize bingo coming up. I don't think I've seen that one myself. So this one's clearly going to be using runway 10. Oh, Rosie's Riveters. Oh man, that's Rosenthal's B-17. Was it Rosie's Riveters, the B-17 on the Munster raid, when of the 13 B-17s only this one came back. Wow, what an honour. Rosie's Riveters, I'm sure it's this one. Also got the C-130. Please take a left. Still got our KC-135 still out there. Yes, C-130 will be going out as well. Here we go. Hold on to your berets. Here we go. We're going for a ride. Big Iron Tuesday. Here we go. Send it. Rosie's riveters on that one, beautiful, wasn't it? That was 600353. First flight, 8th of May 1961, and it was a KC-135A and re-engined on the 9th of May 96, KC-135R. Amazing. Amazing history. I'm just trying to find out if it was Rosie's riveters. Thanks a lot, Perry, for all that info. That one's new out of the paint shop, that one. So yeah, it was the raids on the 10th of October 1943, the bomb raid that the 100th Bomb Group made on Munster. I ended up with the one only surviving 100th Bomb Group, B-17, that went on out of the raid. The Royal Flush, commanded by Robert Rosenthal, that's, I believe that one now is the one. It wasn't Rosie's Riveters, but that I'll have to have a look, my friends, because that was very significant, Rosie's Riveters as well. I can't remember the story behind that one. Rosie's Riveters. It was flown by Captain Robert Rosie Rosenthal as well, so he did fly that and his crew during World War II. It was renamed to Such a Lass after Rosenthal's crew completed their 25th mission combat tour. The aircraft was actually shot down on a mission to Frankfurt, Germany in 1944, but the crew survived and were taken POW. That's that one. I was just trying to think the significance. Of course, they're all part of the history of the 100th. This has just moved and stopped. I've only just realised while I was chatting away there. Still got our KC-135 still out there, so let's have a look what we've got. Yeah, so it's just coming in now on final. We might be able to see it from here now. Yep, I can. I've got visual, got eyes on that one. Here we go. Where are you? I did have it. Well, I thought I had it. I've lost it. Well, it's not a set of keys, is it, Nick Boss? Come on. Where are you? I can see it. Oh, there it is. There we go. Well, it finally got better, didn't it, in the end? I hope you're all okay. Hope we're all good. So it's been kind of non-stop now since the Wolfhound, I guess, arriving. So it's made it quite good now with this KC-135 doing a couple of circuits for us as well. With a thought we were going to get the C-130 as well, but no worries. Yeah, 28 is officially in use. Someone asked me a very good question the other day regarding the use of runway caravans. It's just a UK thing in operations. It's just accustomed to the. I don't think they use them in the US. They have something similar, but not like a mobile visual. So you have like wing safety on the ground, have communications on the ground, but not like a runway caravan, which we have here in the UK. I think it's just a native to that country sort of thing. It's like the zero on the runways in the US. They actually omit the zero as well, so it's just runway 5 or runway 6. Just a few differences, that's all. just landed. A lot of heat haze, isn't there? Yes. God, look at this. Look at this. Oh yes, this is all good. Who's got C17 on their list? That's right. As long as it flies, it counts on the channel for your Brize Bingo. You can download it off our website, tedconingsby.co.uk. We do have the Mildenhall edition. And I'm pretty sure Touch and Go or a circuit is on there. C17. We've had the C-130. Anyone win it? We've had Rodney on there, the rabbit or the hare, whichever, whatever it is. The Wolfhound is on there. Anyone who's got a line on the Brize Bingo for the channel? Here we go, C17. Rah. My favourite heavy. Ted, hang in there, mate. This is going to be oh, Big Iron Tuesday. Here we go. Tactical departure, please. Here we go. See, this is what Mildenhall can do non-stop. I don't know why, but for some reason I fancy KFC at the minute. Here we go. Here we go. Look at this. That looked exactly like the thumbnail that did, didn't it, eh? Love it when that happens. KC-135. Maybe another circuit, let's have a look. Certainly giving us lots of circuits, making up for today. Does sound like the Osprey APU, doesn't it? So I had a quick little glimpse over there, just in case. Negative has been had a little gap, didn't it? Been quiet as well, so. Heard him for a while. The control. Look at the CV-22.
Nicholas, are you broadcasting?
Of course. Yes. You're right.
Yeah. Really quickly, I want to thank you for me and a few friends.
Oh, thank you.
Marham, when the Spanish were here, on the Friday before,
yes.
you was yay over the other side.
Yes.
Like an early warning weather warning for us guys.
Oh, right, okay.
Getting absolutely soaked, and the weather was coming our way, so you were like giving us heads up for the weather, man.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm glad I can help in any way.
And then you went back there Monday, I think they were building pictures.
Yes, of course. Yep, gotta get that in.
Was that the last C17 gone now?
Yes, and now we've got a C-130 taxiing for departure, I think. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's been towed. Sorry. Right. I was going to say, how's it moving without the propellers turning? Yes, so that's been towed.
The C-130 with the A on the tail, is it gone?
Yes, it went this morning.
So it's gone now?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I can't tick that one off the bucket list. Because that's my, like the A denotes my local air refeuling base.
Mary St Edmunds. Yep, 94th Bomb Group.
Yeah, I wanted to take it while he was here, but be next time, won't it?
Next time. We've had all sorts today on our on the show. We've had lots of things going on from, I mean, that was a magnificent touch and go. well, barely touched, did it? And it's just coming back round now for another bit. Just get you this quickly while they're doing, looks like they're doing a tilt rotor check on it. And of course, if you enjoy this, don't forget to hit the like button and of course subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. On a different level. Of course, it needs to be. It is of military level that it needs to have tactical demands, combat requirements, and so no room for error. Error does not exist, I believe, in military aviation. It's 100%, which is why all checks complete, and it's easy to explain. They go around, then explain why you didn't. It's standard and it's set in. They train and train. This is why, I mean, what's amazing is that we see these low approaches and touch and goes on fighter aircraft, very small, but man, does it look amazing on the larger heavies and big iron aircraft. And when we do that, and just like myself when I witnessed the C-17 through low level, I really want to get both at the moment. Hang on a minute. You know, this F-35 is practicing a practice flame out. You know, look at that. So the pilots just stuck that in on idle. To simulate a flame out. Really just amazing. Everywhere you look, there's all sorts of training going on. You know, what do you do when you've got a flame out? And especially when you've only got the single engine. It happens, flame outs. It's not a stall. The engines are still running. It's just not, there's no flames, no combustion. So the process is, we just caught a glimpse of that F-35 taking up to 10,000 feet and dropping it to scoop in that air to get that engine rolling and running to see if they can restart the engine. That's what would normally happen in the real world. To simulate that, they'll stick that into idle and simulate it. And here we go, more training going on there now. No way. If I was a worm, I'd be scared. That is lower than a mower, that one. Well done. Ooh, leveled off as well, look at this. Absolutely amazing. Now the pilot will request the option and tower will give them either clearance or not. Now cleared for option from tower means they have the option to perform any types of the go around. They're basically at their discretion. Now it could be the case that there is a trainee pilot in there to give them the opportunity to train. I mean, don't forget, this has already been on a air-to-air refueling sortie, we think. And come back to do more work, more circuits. Amazing. between the two bases, Lakenheath and Mildenhall, there's not much that they can't do. They can refuel you, they can get you out of trouble, troop extraction, Passerback. The F-15E Strike Eagle, the F-35A. They got what you need. It's pretty good. Gas stations of the sky, special ops. They got eyes and ears as well with the RC range, the RC-135. They got commando units. They got what you need. That sounds massive. Oh, hang on, wasp attack. It's that damn time of year, isn't it? I mean, that's pretty cool, isn't it? In a sort of 5.5 mile radius, we've got KC-135, RC-135s, MC-130J Commando 2, a CV-22 Osprey, C-146 Wolfhound, F-35A Lightning, and an F-15E Strike Eagle. Nice. Of course, there are other US Air Force bases as well. Molesworth, Fairford, Feltwell, Crawton, and 2 more, I think, that I can't remember what they are now. I would like to say Alconbury, but I think that's, excluding that, I think that's kind of like been shrunk now, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Oh my word. Wasp attack. Whistling noise as it goes past. It's beautiful, isn't it? And you just let the Doppler effect do its thing. Music to your ears. Nice and low for the show. Oi,
Happy
oi.
hunting, yeah?
You alright, buddy?
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, you too, man. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're well. See ya. Go again, probably what, circuit number 8 would you say? Well, this makes up for today, doesn't it? Amazing. Beautiful, what a great set of circuits from this KC-135. Wonderful looking aircraft, gas station of the sky, beautiful. is only featured on the port side of the nose. Nice one, Mildenhall, nice one. What a great day we've had now, eh? It got better at the end, didn't it? See how it can change from one extreme to the other when it just takes one aircraft to do multiple circuits, and it's all happy days. Not used to seeing no KC-135s over there, but well, it's time to fill them up. Beautiful. Busy in the base, isn't it? Right, I think we are all good. Right, new Rail Basher, how you doing? Thank you very much. High five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. A Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Guards March, thank you. And Darren Harwood with 27 months membership. At least the sun is shining. No motion forecast. I know. It got really good at the end. So that's good. Andrew C member for 11 months, and also puts all the effort into putting the timestamps. Another great month. So thank you very much from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel, putting the timestamps on the live chat there. Mark Stubbs member for 11 months. Thanks Nikos, Ted and Sky for such an amazing channel. Thank you as well. Phil Springle is upgraded to Posh Officers. Well done, thank you very much. Simon Watch on a high five and a Guards March. Thank you for being a Spanner Fly and also for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much. 15 months. Thank you very much for your service. Abel with 5 months service as well. A Guards March. Thank you very much. Best 6 months with you, lovely lot. And thank you for your 6 months loyal service. Thank you. And Tom Adams, member for 8 months as well. Channel was awesome. Thanks Ted and Nichols, and thank you as well. Just check that is all. I think go, Ted? I think it's time. I think it's time to get back to Ted HQ, ready for tomorrow's show. Well, ladies, gents and teddy bears, it's that time when we depart ourselves. It's been a challenging day at first, but we got there in the end with a very, very, well, you were, for those that tuned in, got to see it. It was a bit of a long wait. The CV-22 Osprey was just keeping us on our toes, but it got there in the end. And then towards the end of the show, the last third, I'd say, was absolutely non-stop with lots of circuits from the KC-135, the the C17 going out as well, the arrival of the C-146 as well. That was cool. What else did we get? One circuit from the CV-22 Osprey. We had the Square A 94th Bomb Group C-130 depart, which was great. It was lovely to see, and I never, second time I've ever seen it properly, the reversing of the C-130. So really, really good. I hope you've all enjoyed it, and tomorrow we're back at TED HQ, aren't we, Ted? I know we had to cancel the mystery stream. That got postponed. Now, I'm not saying it's not going to happen again, but we will do it. It's just been postponed. So I hope you enjoyed today, and thank you to all of you who have hit the like. If you haven't done it already, just hit the like as well, and do make sure you subscribe to the Ted Coningsby channel. We are so close to 95,000 subscribers, which is amazing, and then the next stop is of course 100k. So ladies, gents, teddy bears, RAF Mildenhall, thank you very much. Team Mildenhall, big salute to everyone at Mildenhall, and of course all our viewers, thank you very much, and members, much love to you, thank you so much. So my name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well. Right, it's a kebab round, Teddy.
Right, go 50 at Brize Norton.